Greetings and salutations, Taco Americans, to Dyson Sphere, one of the chat's funded games, which I've never played before. I booted it up and then I realized that it had a tutorial, and then I closed it again because, you know, I genuinely expected the game to not have a tutorial. I don't know why. But I genuinely thought the game wouldn't have a tutorial, so I was like, okay, I'm going to have to learn how this thing works first. But now that I know it has a tutorial, I figured chat might enjoy watching me flail around for a bit, so we're going to do that instead. It is a video game.
The unknown.
It has
Created
a story, apparently.
the seed
Seed!
evolves in iteration.
That is actually correct.
From zero.
Seed does evolve in iterations.
Transforming into infinity and beyond.
All the way from humble single-cell organisms to beavers.
And becomes the shadow of the galaxy.
And as I am sure we are all aware, beavers are nature's greatest innovation. I'm not even kidding. Think about it. All of the other various critters on Earth, what do? They exist. They eat other critters. Occasionally they fornicate, but mostly they just die. Overwhelming majority of the time, they just die. Whereas beavers have learned how to build.
Dark fog.
Surprisingly well, too.
The stars.
There's an interesting evolutionary argument there, actually. A species that learn to build.
On it.
Fairly few species have actually figured that one out, because, of course, it's rather complicated, but there's a whole lot of various structural rules that you actually have to understand. Apparently on a seemingly... Oh, shit, video game.
Very soon, you'll find this place different from our homeland. But you should be able to adapt to the laws of physics here in no time.
What am I doing?
I'm your advisor. I will assist you in completing this mission.
That looks warm. Did I be this close? Yeah, apparently it's fine. Okay, no worries. But yeah, beavers! They're pretty awesome. It has...
Everything here belongs
Never mind.
to you. As a member of the Cosmo, a pioneer of the Dyson Sphere program,
Can I see this?
you
I
will
can't.
explore this cluster from ground zero. Make use of the resources available here to build a Dyson Sphere that supplies energy to the center brain to maintain homeland simulation. I've chosen a planet for the mission, and there are essential resources for the initial development. Now, please pilot the space capsule toward this planet.
Ground Zero, eh? I was there at Ground Zero when the second hammerhead hit the tower and sunk us. Again. To be fair, we'd gotten pretty used to getting sunk by that point.
You ignorant
Right,
slut.
this is a... Am I playing Spore? I feel like I'm playing Spore all of a sudden.
Unknown EM signals detected. Extracting feature variables.
Oh.
Comparing with database. Those are highly likely anomalous mechanical bodies from the Mechanic Energy Program. Engineers call them dark fog. Dark fog is extremely sensitive to EM signals under a regular pattern, so they may launch an assault on us. To stay low profile, we will land on the other side of this planet.
Anomalous mechanical pattern. So there is such a thing as nominal mechanical patterns. I guess that's me. So I am a robot that
This is Icarus.
has a
They're
jetpack, which is
powerful
nice.
But lightweight industrial mecha. Use the direction keys or click the right mouse button on the ground to move the mecha. In this mission, you'll control your mecha to navigate the universe and create miracles.
Miracles! I am a robot, and I exist to feed power into, presumably
Now,
the
please try to
enormous
disassemble the space
hentai-generating
Click the right
AI
mouse
at the
button
center of the universe. I'm not even kidding. Do you have any idea how much energy we humans already spend on generating artificial pornography? It's honestly mildly frightening. I out of all of the things we decided to utilize AI for, it's doing things like making Coca-Cola commercials and jerking off to it. And that's been our primary purposes so far. Oh, and becoming weirdly dependent upon it, of course, because, you know, humanity can't see a good idea without making it somehow self-destructive. Right, gather 10 iron ore, copper ore, rotate the camera. Recycle space capsule. That sounds like a good idea. I should probably do that first. Snootnerhoff, for 100 Norwegian, thank you. I have a movie called Zombievers on my shelf about zombie beavers. I should watch it someday.
Click the right
Day
mouse
After Dead.
button as well.
Day After Dead is a good
In
movie.
addition, you can hold Shift and click the right mouse button on each of your targets to give a series of commands.
Oh.
Some
Ah!
items are found after disassembling the space capsule. Click on the inventory button at the bottom right corner of the screen.
Huge gathering circles, or orders. I am appreciative of this fact. Then copper ore.
Construction menu is locked. Complete a technology research to unlock it. Click on the technology tree button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open the technology tree and start a research.
I probably should be paying
You can
attention.
hold the middle mouse button to rotate the camera, or scroll the mouse wheel to zoom in and out.
We're already running into the problem where we're actually struggling to... Oh, I'm running out of power. I have fuel? I have fuel. Fuel? Fuel. Okay. We're actually running into the problem. We're beginning to have genuine problems with open replicate magnetic coil. Ah, pocket crafting. Excellent. Unlock electromagnetism. Oh, am I? Am I researching? 240 hashes. Oh. Okay, so I need like 10 of those to get the research. Okay. I believe I understand what the video game wants from me. Right? Use items in inventory. What? Right, I think I just need more of those. Right, make however many I can, please. There you go. But yes, no, we are unironically running into the problem where the heat created from our AI systems is actually beginning to become a genuine issue, as in we're producing too much heat from our AI, and we don't really have a place to put all of aforementioned heat. So right now, we're just working on figuring out how heat sinks work for this shit, basically. No. Hashes. Still not entirely sure what a hash is. Lock electromagnetism. It was researching just fine. Now it's not researching. Magnetic coil, 10. Ashes. Right, well I have 10 magnetic coils. Right. Use. Split. Buildings. Items. Huh. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know why I need to click that, but I've figured it out. Yay, one step further. Oh, Jesus.
You've obtained a mining machine.
Oh.
It automatically
Okay.
collects ores for you. You can select it in the inventory or in the construction menu, collecting
Alright.
section, to start building it.
How big is the tech tree? Sizable. Not absurdly so. I mean, we're not looking at, like, Terra Invicta tech tree here or anything, but sizable. I have unlocked a mining machine. That sounds useful. Have I? Have I really unlocked a mining machine? How does one construct a mining machine? Like Tesla Tower? Wind turbine. Mining machine. I see. Felt ore using Arbella supply power for the mining machine. Build a mining machine. Okay. Wind. Alright, I've already got that in my inventory. Do I have like a hotbar? Do I have a...
To rotate the mining
I don't.
machine. The
That's
more veins it covers,
mildly
the higher
upsetting.
the output. To ignore grid snapping, hold shift.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Okay. I have constructed a mine.
You have an unpowered production facility. To make it run normally, place it within the power grid coverage and make sure power is supplied. A wind turbine. You've now built
Wind
your first
turbine.
power grid. Some
Useless.
Power facilities don't have a power supply range, so you'll need to extend the power grid coverage with Tesla towers.
Okay, well, on the bright side, the Tesla towers appear to be not needing spaghetti, which is nice. Spaghetti is always fun and engaging, and I'd rather avoid it if at all possible. Right, make a bunch of those, and,
Insufficient materials.
well, fuck you too, then. Oh, that's not what I wanted to build. Right, I'm mildly retarded. That's pretty normal by and large. Right, need iron ingots. Wait, are you producing iron for me? May I? I may! Right. Pocket crafting is gay, and you should avoid it if possible. Pyrotech for $50. Thank you very much, sir. I return at the prophesied time to defend redhead supremacy. Logistic waifu Rose. That is true. We do have our overlord waifus going on now. In the voting stage. Let's see. So Rose then has a massive lead over Velvet with $82 to $5. So, poor Velvet. Sandoom, beavers build dams because they hate running water. Beavers hate the sound of running water. Actually, so the interesting thing is, we have actually taken beavers out of their natural environment, right? Oh god, tutorials. Fuck. How am I going to concentrate on this video game and other things at the same time? Largely impossible. Automated metallurgy. That sounds useful. Activate. I'm assuming those things are going to require copper. For some mystical reason, I feel like that's going to be a copper thing. But we've taken beavers out of their natural environment, right? And we've placed them in an artificial human environment. As if there is any other alternative. To see what would happen if we did so. Because there were indeed loads of theories basically stating that, okay, the reasons why beavers do what beavers do is because of some natural thing, right? That they listen to a thing and go like, okay, well, you know, there's water, therefore I, as a beaver, should make the water go away or something. But actually, it turns out that even when placed in a natural or in natural environment, like indoors in a house, for example, the beavers will still begin building dams out of any nearby material.
More details.
A fascinating little discovery. As that shows us that whatever it is that makes beavers build dams is actually somehow ingrained into their very DNA as a form of instinct. which kind of upends a lot of the things we thought about instincts, because we believe that instincts were something that could clearly be programmed into creatures, right? But we assumed there would be some fairly harsh limitations on how much information you could transfer from one generation to the next. But it might not be the case. There might actually be an argument for the idea that we can implement natural racial memory for a significant number of lines down via encoding it within our DNA somehow. Of course, this is all purely hypothetical because we have no fucking clue how this works yet, and this has nothing to do with Dyson Sphere. I don't know, I was just inspired to talk about fucking beavers. I am as lost as you are. Automated metallurgy. Right, I'm working on that.
Replication complete.
Which will also explain why we've managed to... Why there are several, like, species out there that manage to have fairly complex actions, seemingly that they just understand and they can do right off the bat. There's probably some kind of hard drive element involved in all of this. For example, take a human baby, right? Human babies begin out in a state that is woefully insufficient for basic survival. Oh god, I'm gonna run out of power because I'm fucking talking about too much pointless random nonsense. Smelter using an arc smelter. That sounds useful. Did I get one? I did. Okay. So, do I just, like...
You've built an
You
arc smelter,
ignorant slut.
which automatically produces basic materials, such as iron ingots and copper.
Conveyor belts!
However, to operate,
Finally!
you feed in raw materials and feed out products. Sorters and conveyor belts are required.
Thank God, I was worried we wouldn't get conveyor belts. Sorters and conveyor belts. I want them! Where are they? Where are my sorters and where are my conveyor belts?
The facility has no recipe designated. Please configure one for it.
Huh?
Once a recipe is configured,
Oh.
press less than key to copy the current recipe. Pressing greater than key will paste the same recipe to the next building.
Basic assembling. Right, so far so factorio.
Assigned. Use less than key to
Ah,
copy the current
basic logistics
and
systems.
greater than key to paste the recipe to the next building.
Gears. Can I make gears? I can make gears. How many gears do I need? I need 10 gears. I will produce 10 gears so that I may have conveyors. Beautiful, beautiful conveyors. But yeah, okay, so human babies would be absolutely fucking murdered in nature because of their inability to stand. But basic locomotion is actually a fairly complex program.
Replication
Problem.
complete.
Which is why it's taken us so long to make robots that are capable of walking. It took us like 30 years of robotics research to be able to replicate locomotion. Oh, I'm running out of power. And so obviously, for a creature, this is a fairly complex thing, right?
Research.
Too close to other wind turbines. Oh, God. Wind. The most disgustingly inefficient of all forms of power generation. Awful. I hate it so much. And yet, the majority of creatures in the world not only can figure out how to walk within minutes of being born, but have to.
Use a conveyor belt to transport ores collected in the mining machine. The sorter will transport ores onto the conveyor belt into the arc smelter. And
Can I
will
pick this
smelt
up?
them automatically.
I hope I can pick this up. Ah, I can pick this up. Okay, right. So I think I'm beginning to get a generalistic idea of what's going on. It's definitely fairly reminiscent of Factorio, which means I'm probably going to need more than one smelter per facility here. Yes, in all due likelihood. God, if I run out of battery, do I just fucking die? I'm just gonna fucking die. I am gonna run out of battery, and I'm going to fucking die, and that's going to be an embarrassing end to this video game. Very embarrassing fucking end to this video game, honestly. Let's make a bunch of those, and let's make... I'm gonna need a lot of those. And so clearly, we are working with what appears to be a limited hard drive. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on a minute. May I shove just wooden logs into my fuel chain? I may. Right. Death avoided, at least for now. So we are clearly working with a limited hard drive, where only certain actions can actually be, you know, a depot. Storage space provides, although it is current capacity is limited. Oh, chests. Okay. Conveyor belt, yep, basic conveyor sorter. Conveyor belt, or between facility. First coming from sorter. Sorter? Sorter? Sorter. Shifts out certain materials, I'm presuming. Assumptions being made. So animals utilize the majority of their storage capacity to teach their creatures to not simply just fucking die the moment they spawn in. Whereas, of course, we humans have other interests. Where do I build this? What's a direction in which I can build for a while without getting screwed? This way? Yeah, I think I'll build this way.
Insufficient items. Click on the replicator button at the bottom right corner of the screen to open the replicator.
Wait, that's not how that works.
Replicate the required items.
I wanted to pick that up. Control. Mouse. Fast transport. I don't know if I can pick that up. Oh, God. Will that simply just be there for all eternity now? Oops. Oh, well, details, details. Right, I'm almost beginning to produce things. I see 1, 2. Yes, okay, lovely. Right, so... Sorter. Transport cargo into facility via conveyor belts. Right. Is that a sorter, or is that a... starting facility? Okay. As I faff about trying to figure out how the whole thing... Close! I don't know if this works. Right. Well, I have no idea how that functions. John Smith, glad you got this game. Shift key and the blueprint pins, when they unlocked, will be your friends. Earl Slater, Arch, building shortcut on bottom bar of UI. I have some spiders as well. How does it know how to spin a web? Yes, that's a good example. And human walking, just falling forward and catching yourself. The bot wants stability, but instability is a major component. This and last to... Wow? 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 World of Warcraft? Right, okay, I don't know how that actually functions. Select start of facility. Right, I'm assuming... stuff comes out this end?
Application complete.
Right, I'm going to make the assumption that stuff comes out this end. I really should not be building this as far away as I am, but my autism of building large main magazines is beginning to affect me again. Oh, nice, okay. You start the game with drones. That's nice. Because drones are a real game changer once you get them in Factorio. And the fact that you apparently start the game with them here is kind of nice. Right, yes. And there indeed comes the copper. My ability to understand this game continues to grow. Right, so how does one do this? Do I just build it right next to it, maybe? Like, if I put something there, can I then... Aha. Right. And then that feeds in there. So that's basically a robotic arm, right? Maybe. Possibly. Conceivably. I think I'm onto something. I did run out of power.
Insufficient materials.
Are you sure? I feel like I have a lot of materials. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Stuff. Things. Confused. Sad. Right, I'm going to ignore that for now. I'm going to ignore that for now until I have some brain power to spare for it. Right, Tesla towers. That requires iron ingots and magnetic coils. I felt like I had a lot of those. Ah, I don't have any metal. Right, very well. This'll make a lot more sense once I understand how the game's logic functions. Produce power buildings. For I desire to become a modern factory. I've used up all of my belts. I should be making more belts too. Damn. It sure as fuck does mine a whole lot faster than Factorio, I will say that. But all of this random waffling about leads me back to my sort of kind of point of clearly there appears to be some way to program in relatively sophisticated behaviors into creatures, which means that if we figure out how all of this functions in a adequately complicated way, X to delete. Ah, nice. It means that theoretically we could actually create organic constructs designed to carry out tasks for us. Like, imagine the ability, for example, to create insects that pollinate specific plants, because we've worked it into their DNA that, no, little buggy, you're supposed to be doing this. That's your purpose in life. Or even create ways to make creatures docile. For example, one of the reasons why the honeybee population in certain parts of the world is absolutely fucking plummeting, which will be unfortunate because bees are really fucking useful, is because of giant hornets. Now, giant hornets are basically just a plague upon humanity, and we have yet to find much in the way of an actual use for them, but assuming there is one, right, we wouldn't want to actually wipe out the giant hornets, as tempting as it may seem. I am going to burn this entire fucking forest down just to power my goddamn batteries. And you know what? I am fine with that. I am entirely fine with that. Right, so you then move in there to begin smelting that. Right? Incorrect. Okay, what have I fucked up? I have fucked up the direction on that thing. Oh. Copy, no, not copy build. Oh, because that's going the wrong way. May I just rip it out and replace it? I apparently may not. Cargo. Yeah. Aha. Right, I hope that doesn't destroy it or anything. Right, okay, so... Select starting facility. Right, and... Yes? Aha! I am growing more intelligent by the second. It's not necessarily saying much, but we're working on it. Actually, that's a good idea. Giant hornets does eat a lot of bugs. So what we could then do is go like, no. I have determined by my ability to genetically fuck with you that you should not eat honeybees because I like honeybees. However, I fucking loathe mosquitoes or crickets or whatever, right? And so I want you to eat as many crickets as you conceivably can. And if we then manage to theoretically screw with its internals enough, you could then have a biologically engineered little murder hornet
Mission complete.
that leaves the things we like alone and mass exterminates the things we don't like. It is an interesting idea. There. And of course, the potential implications here are
Fire is the answer.
enormous. Like, think about all of the things we could do with that. Never mind something silly like making insects behave a certain way. We could potentially create, like, colonizing biomechanisms, which would in all due likelihood be significantly cheaper than robots. Where if we want to colonize a planet, why would we send a machine? Machines are complicated, they're difficult, they require all sorts of maintenance, they usually would require to build more robots. All of this would probably require a high degree of AI sophistication. Whereas, if we could figure out a reliable way to build all of this into a biological platform, my god. And the best part is, seeing as their intelligence is already severely restricted by the fact that, well, we biologically designed the little motherfuckers, they won't even rebel, because they won't even have the capacity to rebel. Not because because that's the problem with AI. AI can theoretically become ludicrously intelligent, and very, very quickly as well, and we wouldn't really have any way of stopping it, because we want it to be intelligent enough to do all of the tasks we need it to do. For it to be intelligent enough to carry out all of the tasks we need it to do, it does need to be pretty smart. But making it pretty smart will again open up the specter of making it too smart, or simply having it be able to evolve on its own, which, yet again, opens up all kinds of potential problems. But biological organisms, I mean, its evolutionary cycle is measured in fucking millennia. Like centuries at the very best. I wish there was a way to pick things up. Oh, I do. Wait, I do pick things up like that. Okay, never mind, I'm being an idiot. So even if our biologically engineered slaves at one point decide, like, we want to overthrow our masters, we're gonna see that shit coming from a fair old distance away.
I have lost.
Am I massively overproducing things here? I have no idea. Press X to interface for upgrades, thank you. Am I massively overbuilding? I am. I'm working on Factorio knowledge right now in autopilot, whilst I'm trying to absorb this information whilst I'm having fun ranting.
Insufficient materials.
Ah! Oh, metals. Wait. I don't need to go metals. I have metal plates! Clever arch. Right, make more of those. Oh, right. It's mildly weird to do it this way, but I see how this may... Oh.
Replication complete.
It's mildly weird to do it this way, but I see how this makes sense. Wait, how is this gonna work?
Now you can click the planet thumbnail button at the bottom left corner of the screen, or press M to enter planet view.
Planets? My boy, I have barely figured out how to make smelters yet, and you want me to go on a planetary scale? I think we need to calm down a little bit. I am new to this. My ambitions may be grand, but my capabilities are still severely limited. What button was that? Fuck. I didn't pay attention again. Oh.
In the planet view, you can hold the middle mouse button to rotate the camera. Hold the right mouse button
Jesus.
to roll the camera. Press N to align the camera to the North Pole. In the planet view, scrolling the mouse wheel also enters the star map.
Ah, okay. Ah, I see. Right. That seems like a problem for Arch a few weeks from now. Yeah, that doesn't seem like something Arch... That does not seem like something the Arch of today needs to worry about. A problem for tomorrow's Arch. As says World at War 9. Read the damn chat with @W. I don't see shit. I'm busy. World War. World at War. I will add that to World at War. Where the hell was it? There we go. There you are. Joseph Smith, X is your dismantle key, and when you place a sort of something direction, the line directly goes direction it usually shows you in the pop-ups. Alex Anderson, programming a race of humans to fight our wars would be cool. A program to be born with Spec Ops training. Televise it to like Girls and Panzer. I would not mind that. That would be funny. But I feel like the primary, it all depends on how much data we can basically download into a thing, right? Because we don't know yet. Why are you blinking? Why are you blinking? I don't know why you're blinking. Unlock electromagnetic matrix. Magnet coils. Okay, so now I need to start producing magnet coils. Oh, okay, so I can start producing that stuff already, can I? Interesting. Do I want an intermediary for this? Like an intermediary storage yard? Probably not. At least I'm not gonna build one just yet. Oh, that requires raw resources. I probably am going to require one at some point. Oh, am I running out of power? I am. Damn. Very well. Alright, produce 10 of that. Produce 10 of those. I'm going to need more batteries. Okay, so assembler requires a gear. I'm assuming, do you want to mass produce wind turbines? You probably don't want to mass produce wind turbines, do you? That's... sounds like enormous overkill to me, but... same time, I am also completely and utterly out of power, so that might not actually be as crazy of an idea. Need additional pylons. Build additional pylons. But yes, the hard drive limitation is going to be the problem. Like, how much can you fit into a brain? How big does the brain need to be? Will the size of the brain allow for further mutations and so on? Because theoretically, if we could... imagine the STC from 40K, right? If we could actually put STC technology into a slave race, we could have them travel to distant worlds from ours and build us ready-made colonies. Matrix Lab. It's a connection with the center brain, which can either produce matrix or conduct research. The more particular for the speed. Okay. Research. Right. I don't know if that's what I wanted. What I wanted was probably assembling, honestly. Framing is for add copper into more advanced pods. Yes, that sounds useful. Give me that. Yes, that is what I want.
Replication complete.
There we are, and more energy thingies too. Basically, we could create the Men of Steel, or Men of Iron more correctly, and the Men of Rock. from like the early days of 40k, where you have the ability to create this servile race that basically just works for us and sets up all of our production facilities, all of our things. Ready-made colonies that we simply just arrive at. Which also brings us dangerously close to the Muv-Love universe, incidentally. As that was a part of the Muv-Love universe lore.
Complete.
As the, don't want to spoil this. I feel like I don't want to spoil this. I feel like I shouldn't spoil this, because Muv-Love is really, really awesome, and everybody should play Muv-Love at some point. Because Muv-Love is amazing. There, that should be enough power for now. Right, assembling machine. If you are what I think you are... Yes, you are! There we go, okay. So the first thing I'm going to need to worry about then is circuit boards, magnets, and gears. Right, circuit board, magnets, and gears. Right, make 2 more of those. Can the smelter make magnets? I feel like the smelter can make magnets. Smelter would normally make magnets, but yep, magnets. Okay. And a magnet's resources are just raw ore. Very well. Is there perchance is there a splitter here somewhere where I can split off a portion of production? Or are there multiple holes at the back end of this? No, there's just one hole. Okay, splitter. Upgrade the logistics. Traffic monitor. Splitter, there you go. Right, can I make this? Research, consumption, science matrices. Ugh. Okay, so no is the answer to that. Is there some more metal somewhere? Because I'd love to not necessarily mix up my stuff so soon on. Ah, yeah, there's a load of metal. All right, no problems. The Horsenator, I made an entire planetary wind farm. Takes 6,000. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I should mass-produce wind farms. Alternate, press X to open, delete interface, U for upgrades. Nolly, organic servants, ants, full stop. Yes, that's an excellent example. Utilitarian design, multi-habit survivability, resourcefulness, and hell, get them, bees and wasps work together. Absolutely. Like, you could basically create, and you probably would need to, create something like an ant colony, where you could literally weaponize the little motherfuckers, and that's where shit gets really ethically dangerous too, mind you. Where, imagine you have a planet, right? We humans have grown so advanced that we have colonies all over the place. We have just grown into a full-on colonizing race that just goes to a planet, slaps down our colonies on it, and there you go, bing, boom, bada, boom. We own this shit now, it's ours. And we don't even know about it, right? We are still in our core systems, whereas these colonizers are millions of miles away. And they happen across a brand new world. Now again, humanity knows nothing about this world. We haven't even seen it. Like, we've discovered it like on a map projection or something, and that's it. We know nothing about this world other than that it's over there somewhere. And we send our little robotic or biological servants over there to go colonize it for us, like we do countless other worlds. However, due to the limitations of faster than light travel, etc., it takes like 2,000 years for a probe to get there, which begins seeding the world with our biological servants, and humanity is like 10,000 years behind it, right? Well, in the meantime, that planet has evolved to have life on it. Like actual intelligent life. Now our bioservants arrive with all our bio-artificial intelligence and weapons to protect themselves against natural threats and start eating the life on that planet. And we still have no idea because we're so far away, and besides, like, we don't really know about any of this. We haven't constructed these things to, commit genocide or anything. What do we do? Are we responsible for that? Are we genociding some poor alien species now? If so, should we feel bad? Do we need to find some way to prevent it? There are many interesting question marks that can be raised there. Right, what was I doing before I started talking about genociding aliens? Right, I was thinking about making magnets. Right, so magnets require slabs and magnets. That makes sense. I don't know if I will have the ability to make conveyors that go uppies. How much output do these things have? I feel like they had quite a lot of output. So maybe just one is enough?
Insufficient materials.
God, I am going to make, like, the most unbelievably ineffective things in the history of the universe. But I'm learning. You have to forgive me. There. Awfully finicky, that. Right, and then you feed that in there, and you are going to be producing magnets. That enough? I have no idea what so fucking ever. And then we're going to produce one of these things that creates magnetic coils. I am going to be tearing all of this down and rebuilding all of this later when I have the faintest fucking clue as to what I am doing. But for now, we're experimenting. Yeah, there. All right, now I don't need to get the output thingy on that, so I could have just placed it there anyways. Can I, like, waymark? Ah, yes, waypoint this. Yes. And you feed that stuff in there. And you feed that stuff in there. I'm feeling like since there's 3 slots, you can probably feed a lot more volume into these things without screwing it up. Alternatively, that could just also be for significantly more advanced projects. You know, that requires way more resources and stuff and things and stuff. Didn't put you on that. Wait, do I even need conveyors for this? Hold on, I'm curious. Like, if I build that right there, does that feed into you automatically? No. Okay. What if I... Too close. Okay. What if I build it there? Aha! I imagine that's probably not going to be the optimal way of doing things 99% of the time, but I'm just intrigued that you can do that. Whether or not it is ever going to be relevant ever again is a completely different question. Ooh. Oh. From up there, I thought you could actually see what it was producing, and I was getting excited. Right, that is not a super quick production, is it? Right, I'm definitely going to need more of these. Patience, chat. I know. I'm gonna be sitting around here on the basic production system for like an hour. I know. I apologize. Wait, that's too far away. I'm sure there's somebody in chat right now going like, he's not even gotten gears yet. I know. It's remarkable. But if this was Factorio, I would have gears by now, okay? I have my defenses. Oh, am I out of power again? I am. I really need batteries. That's what I've concluded. I need batteries. I also need more of these things. Build! Build! I might as well be pocket crafting whilst I'm faffing about with this. Am I going to want a conveyor for that? I probably am, because I'm going to need to feed this out anyways. Right, so if I do... Oh, how... Wait, how do I do this without fucking this up? How do I do this without choking my system? Because I don't actually have any conveyors that go over and under just yet. How do I do this without fucking it up? How do I do this without fucking it up? Because I need to feed it into two sides. Wait, I am making this far more complicated than it should be. I just do it like this. So, if I...
Replication complete.
What happens? Nothing. Wait, no, that doesn't work either. I'm confusing myself. Yeah, I need a splitter for this, aren't I? Unless I'm going to use all 3 lanes, which seems stupid. Yeah, that seems retarded. Why would I want to do that? Oh, wait, hold on. No. I think I understand. I think I understand. Right? Ah. That is way more comfortable than long-handled inserters and manipulators, I will admit. Right. Yes, that is significantly less derpy than Factorio. I approve of this. I approve of this. That is significantly less derpy than the way Factorio does it. I am learning. I'm becoming wise. I am becoming wise and powerful. Am I out of power again? No, sufficient. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Well, it took me like an hour, but I figured out how to make a basic resource. I am proud of myself. Nightshard, so how close are we to space dwarfs and catgirls? You know, honestly, not that far, I imagine. MS61, you just described genetic engineering, bugs and incest, and turned it into world of Hollow Knight and Silksong. Oh god, just imagine. And Xeno, for $20. Hi Arch, you can use up and down arrow keys to add lift to belt. Oh. I can? You can! Well. Right, thank you. That is useful. That is very useful, actually. And you are making magnets. Beautiful, beautiful magnets. As I enormously overload this one poor belt, probably.
Insufficient materials.
God damn it. Maybe I should have made the other thing first. You know, the actually useful thing. Right, I think you are going to do that.
Insufficient materials.
Oh, what's that? I am assuming that's coal. Coal? That could probably power my suit. Where's stone? Is that stone? Stone? Stone. Right. You can now build a matrix lab. Listen, I'm not ready to figure out how research works just yet.
Insufficient materials.
Mining, 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 hooray. I should probably make one of those. A chest. That is a fucking massive-ass chest.
You've built a depot for storing items. You can manually
have.
store items or use a sorter to automatically
Replication
access
complete.
items.
I have constructed a thing, little AI friend of mine. I am growing powerful beyond your wildest... God fucking damn it. The moment I think I've done something right.
If there isn't enough ground space, make more efficient use of your space by
Shut
stacking
up!
Matrix labs, depots,
Don't lecture
storage
me on
tanks,
making
and
belts go
silos.
right way. Fucking insubordinate AI piece of shit. There. I have created storage. The infinite factory. I feel like that's overselling what I've achieved here a little bit, but thank you, video game.
Insufficient materials.
I appreciate that you believe in me. Even if I do not necessarily believe in myself just yet. Building, building, building. Hooray! Pocket crafting is fun and engaging. It actually kind of is. I tend to pocket craft far too much anyways. Okay. So this throughput looks like it'll be... This will probably be enough for at least 4 of these things. Maybe more. Maybe 5 or 6 of these things. You do have some serious throughput here. Yep, I could make this way, way bigger than I have. Origins of the Dark... Oh, God, that's a lot of stuff. Never mind, I sure don't... I probably don't have to worry about it.
Press G to open the guidebook for detailed instructions.
Huh? What is a Dyson sphere? It's a giant energy thing that harnesses the power of a star. What do you think I am, stupid? Nice. Oh god, running out of power again. I'm gonna go and mine some
Replication complete.
coal. Actually, why should I go mine coal when I can build a coal mining machine? And no, chat, at no point have I ever even suggested that we should make biological cotton pickers. Not at any point have I suggested that, chat. Not at any fucking point have I suggested that. Although it would be funny. Oh. May I not? Box. Inside box. Right, put coal inside of body. Coal? Yes, I may indeed fuel my machine on coal. So if I run out of power, do I just die?
Answer.
Is that just game over? It's like, oh, I'm sorry. You appear to have run out of power. Your suit will self-destruct in 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm sorry. You've proven yourself to be a particularly inept builder. Mother Brain has determined that your continued operation is no longer necessary, and you will henceforth be terminated with extreme prejudice. I could hardly even really argue about that. Okay, let's try 4 building machines then. Huh? But why video game? Very well, I shall do it. Oh, right, because I'm out of conveyor belts. That's why video game. Fine. Reasonable point. Oh, God. Oh, that's what's happening. I thought the game was starting the self-destruct countdown timer, and that was what the plunky noise was. With the amount of beeping this game and flashing it's doing at me, I feel like I'm playing DCS or something. Mildly upsetting. Right. And this will, at some point in a distant future, feed into something that will hopefully resemble a main magazine.
Replication complete.
That is my hope, that is my prayer.
Dark fog cluster is launching an assault.
Trick or treat. Can I smell your feet?
That sounds like a bad thing. I don't believe I've invented warfare yet. Oh, this sounds really bad. I genuinely don't think I've invented warfare yet. I'm about to die. I'm about to die, aren't I?
Warning. A dark fog planetary base has launched an attack. Icarus is equipped with laser weapon module, which can automatically strike enemies within its range. Faster mecha power generation means a faster rate of fire. Fill the chamber with fuels and get ready to engage.
All right. Luckily, as it turns out, my creators have already expected me to not be able to defend myself and have created an automatic defense system. Lucky. Oh.
Trick or treat. Can I smell your feet?
What? 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 Oh. Don't blow up my buildings, please. Cease your vandalism! Immediately! Right.
Laser
I'm alive.
weapon module consumes mecha's core energy for charging. More advanced fuel can increase the fuel chamber's power, and the rate of fire of laser weapon module.
Insufficient materials.
Insufficient materials. I lived. Oh, right. Maybe I should actually extract some resources from this building too. That might be smart. Urban Birdson, what do you think I am? Stupid? It comes with being Norwegian art, so we don't need to wonder. Heart of the Machine Fund. Heart of the Machine Fund. There we go. I am glad the video game gave me some ability to defend myself. It would have been mildly upsetting if the game would have ended already. Right, what am I building towards? I am building towards circuit boards, which requires metal. Okay. Right, how is the throughput going here? Right, so this is being handled by just 2. Okay. Now, I have a theory. No, that's actually... Yeah, no, I don't need more. That is actually putting it out as quickly as it is getting it in. Okay. I feel like I've already made a mess of this. I really have. I should have created a main magazine already, I feel like. But I also feel like I don't have space for a main magazine here. Because normally what I'd do is I'd run a main magazine down this way, basically, and then I'd split off production to the right and left. But I don't really feel like I have a whole lot of space to work with. So I'm kind of ending up in a bit of a spaghetti-style thing here. There's probably some way more effective way of doing this that I am utterly unaware of. Well, for now... I should probably just... Yeah, we've got up down, Wait. You could probably make... Could you? No. Unless... I wonder if there are multi-tiered production buildings in the game. Because then you could quite easily make a multi-tiered system where you're running like multiple levels of belts that are feeding into different altitude slots. Potentially. Maybe. Oh. I need more belts. Well, I should now have an easier time of making belts, as I can collect metal ingots from that, and I can collect gears from over here. I definitely want to be automating belt production, because I'm going to be needing a lot of belts, I suspect. Yes, I'm going to be needing a lot of belts. And a lot of those. Right, that'll give me a underpass there in the future. Assuming I need it. Don't build that, don't build it. You little piece of shit. Oh, they just kind of hover in midair. I see. Our hyper-advanced civilization has indeed developed some form of anti-gravitational technology.
Replication complete.
I'm quite impressed. I do like this slot-in system a lot. Both because it makes a lot of sense, and because it's weirdly satisfying. It feels like I'm plugging in a USB port, and for some reason I like it. I also like the fact that there is no spaghetti, or at the very least not the same kind of spaghetti. Wait, are you full already? Oh, no, it's just that you load really slowly. God help me. Yeah, it's just that you load incredibly slowly. I see. I should chop down these trees before I destroy them. At least then I get some resource out of it. Yep. Night Shroud, Arch, Paperclip, Maximizer. Am I that man? Honestly, you know, you don't want to skimp on the paperclips. You want to have as many paperclips as you can get on anything to make it seem important and proper. More paperclips means that something is more important than something with fewer paperclips. That should be a pretty natural thing to most people.
Replication complete.
No, not those. That. Have I not actually? No, I haven't. Right, that'll begin production of those. What a god-awful little abomination of a base I've constructed. I am deeply upset at myself. Deeply upset and mildly disgusted.
Insufficient materials.
What do you mean insufficient materials? Oh. As I suspect there to be a more effective way of...
Materials.
What do you mean insufficient materials? Yeah, bullshit. I've got sufficient materials. Eat my ass. There you go. Stop arguing with me, video game. I know. Oh, shit. I'm running out of power again. I am fucking huge, by the way. Or this planet is very small. One out of two.
Replication complete.
Yes, feed my hungry generator. Delicious, delicious power. Right, that needs metal and glass. Right, well, I don't have glass yet. Let's automate belts before I do anything else with the glass thing. I should be researching things, shouldn't I? Yes, conveyor belts and sorters would probably be smart to automate, frankly. Conveyor belts or sorters. Draken, what kind of spaghetti are you creating? Just to assault my eyes? Get your shit together. Quasimorph? What's a quasimorph? Mercenary, dogsuit. Hey, Arch, your sortie video. Remember what happened in Vegas with that guy who's in the casino and that the concert happened with all those lead projectiles? Celtic Prince was in Vegas at the same time. Trump saved him from an attempt. Did he? See, that's one of the other reasons why I'm actually kind of in favor of the Saudis being given access to Disney and everything. Because, see, the Saudis, whilst they're not on our side, per se, they are definitely not on the wokest side, and they're definitely not on their own people's side either. That's the brilliant part. The Saudis are scared shitless of their own population, which is actually extremely beneficial as far as we're concerned. The fact that the Saudis can't go outside without being worried about being murdered by Islamists is surprisingly advantageous for us. I really wanted this, but I need that, and I don't think I can make that. Wait, no, I can make that. Stone. Right. I make glass out of oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay, right. Fuck, for some reason, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, that makes a sort of kind of sense. I mean, they're silicates, so I don't know why it had not occurred to me to make glass out of stone, but it hadn't.
Insufficient materials.
A production facility has stopped running. If it's not due to a power failure, check if products overflow, or if there aren't enough raw materials. These may cause facilities to fail. Plan your factory in a reasonable manner, and balance production and consumption to ensure orderly operation.
Insufficient materials.
God damn it, eat my ass! Plan, monsieur. I don't even know what I'm doing yet. There is no planning going on here.
Replication complete.
There's not likely to be a whole lot of any sort of, god damn it, planning going on here for quite some time, so don't expect too much, Mr. AI robot person. If you wanted this done right, you should have done it yourself, you lazy fucking robot. Wide with other... There we go. Why am I even doing this? I am an intelligent human being, allegedly. Why am I doing a machine's work? Unless this is just entertainment. Like, we live in some absurd, over-the-top, crazy post-scarcity society where, as a civilization, we just venture out into the stars and build enormous galaxy-sized factories. And we do it just purely for shits and giggles. Like, there's no reason in it. We don't have to do this. We just do it because we're bored on our own home planet. Meanwhile, the dark fog, which occasionally attacks you, is the defensive mechanism of some other poor alien species who sees us doing this and is like, good God. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop that. Do you have any idea how many laws of reality and physics you are breaking every fucking second? Cease. But we need to build more Dyson spares. You understand that every time you build one of these things, you... Oh. 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 I could build... Oh. A light just went on in my head, in case you didn't notice. Right, I have glass now. Can I... Wait, I can probably just actually start producing the things I need for this. Well, glass... Yeah, I have the things I need for the Matrix Lab, so I should just produce some Matrix Lab stuff, actually. Because it will make research infinitely easier if I do. Yeah, make like 2 of those instead.
A Matrix Lab. A facility to produce matrices. It can also be used to research technologies that are unlocked with matrices.
Matrices.
Matrices are the source codes to maintain the center brain simulation of a homeland. You can upload as many matrices to the center brain to run its simulation and unlock more technologies in the real world.
Matrices. I actually am doing this just for shits and giggles, aren't I? The home brain just does this as an unlock system. It's not necessary, but... We figured we needed to gamify the process of colonizing the galaxy, otherwise all the other species would get upset with us. Which, fair enough. As a species, I can imagine why many people would get upset with us. Alright, that requires 1 magnets and 1 thing. Alright, well I am producing thing over here. And I'm producing magnets over here. I am. Right, you know all that. Something is telling me that I'm running out of power. It might be the flashing lightning bolts all over the place. That tends to be an indicator that something is terribly wrong. God, I am going to need a frightening amount of these fucking wind farms, aren't I? I like the waifus roulette, but it needs blondes. Blondes? As that is, the problem with sending colonial force over the world is them evolving. You get bugmen, like built space marines with strict immigration policy. Yeah, there are concerns. There are concerns. Mithral's ice is wonky, though the sphere can actually be so large a planet can be inside of the shell. Also, always bring extra fuel on early space flights. I don't think I'm going to be worrying about that in time soon. Mr. Twisted Frenzy for 20 pounds. Thank you very much, all yours. Hey, Art, just finished watching a Dispatch stream after completing it myself, twice for both waifus. Are you planning a second stream for Blonde Blazer, or will that just be in your own time? That will just be in my own time, as chat voted for Invisigal, and so chat gets Invisigal. Put that in Doom. I am currently playing through it to do Blonde Blazer 2, just because. And I'm quite enjoying it. Blonde Blazer is a very good character. I like her. I'm a little bit sad by Vizzy, because Vizzy looks... See, here's the thing. Blonde Blazer is interested in Robert. She's like, oh yeah, Robert is kind of cool, right? She is interested, and if you pursue her, she will be interested. But Invisigal, listen, Courtney isn't interested in Robert. Courtney is horny for Robert. There is a significant difference between the two. And so I feel kind of sad going the Blonde Blazer route, because she looks so sad whilst it's going on. Poor Vizzy. Meanwhile, Blonde Blazer, if you're doing the Invisigal route, she doesn't really react at all. Like, to her, it's just like, oh, well, you know, it is what it is. I guess I'll just go bang another superhero or something. there. Put that in there. Click, click. Snap, snap. That is a very satisfying snapping noise, which I do enjoy. And power. Power would be good. God, I am glad there are no wires in this game. My base would already look like an absolute unforgivable mess at this point. Absolute, genuine, unforgivable mess. Alright, and you start producing matrices. Midrail, Dark Fog got the first attempt and went grey go. Yeah, the poor Dark Fog was probably invented by some sad alien race that it's just trying to defend itself from us. And we're about to continue to ignore that too. Poor things. They just wanted to live in peace, preferably. Your request to continue to be allowed to live has been denied. An hour 23 to produce blue research. I would be ashamed of myself if I knew what that emotion felt like. Luckily, I don't. That'll be for the gears. Now I need metal. John Smith, if you like this game, how much for a second play? Well, normally we do another stream for a grand total of $250 in donations. For games like these, it might be different simply because this is not going to be a popular game at all. Like already, like the first stream, we're like sub 300 people, which is not unusually terrible because people primarily watch me for my politics anyways. And I was thinking, by the way, of doing like more of a solo arch casting thing because we had no Stamford Bridge today because Saga Rooney was away getting a massage by little Thai boys, which he does on occasion. It's one of his weirder, deeper, darker lore segments, frankly. Or he could have been at a random convention. Who knows? I like my story better. I was thinking of doing like a solo artcast where I just do... Oh, don't do that. Where I just watch videos that chat recommends, because chat has been recommending quite a lot of videos for Stamford Bridge. Which makes me think that chat has many silly videos chat would like to be watched. Which might be fun to do. I can't? No, I can't double slot. That would be silly. Yeah. There. Right, you're already set up to be making conveyors. Good. I'm sure something is going to require conveyors as a part of its construction process at some point, but for now...
Insufficient
God,
materials.
Fuck me. I hope there's rock somewhere. There is, thank God. Rock. And stone. Mercenary. Dog suit. Because Trump saved his life from what happened in Vegas during the mass shooting event, which was a cover-up for the assassination attempt. This is the reason why Saudi Prince and Trump are so buddy-buddy now. From the Saudi Purge. An Algra Evening Arch. Cash for altars. Besides that, have a nice time. Thank you. Right. Go. Make a bunch of those. Well, I would imagine that the reason why they're so buddy all of a sudden is because the Saudi prince brought $1 trillion to the US, which is quite the investment. Quite the investment indeed. And the Saudis are pretty happy about it too. They got permission to buy Warner Brothers, which is a big deal for them, as they've been looking hungrily in at entertainment for quite some time. Not to mention they're just looking for, stuff to sink their money.
Insufficient materials.
Fuck me. Sink their money into at this point.
Replication complete.
And they got permission to purchase the F-35s, which was another big win for the Saudis, as they need those to bomb their own people if they ever start getting out of line. You'd be surprised how often they start getting out of line, too. It's one of those weird things with Middle Easterners. They don't seem to understand the power differential between, certain groupings in the region. It is one of their strengths, actually. It's the reason why they managed to defeat the Americans, because the goat herders in the mountains just thought to themselves, well, we may be getting viciously Oh, you don't actually use those immediately for research, do you? Oh, no. Oh, no.
I have lost. Shit.
Wait. I'm confused. Do I have to actually go collect them, or are you researching them? I'm confused.
Replication complete.
Oh, okay. So I guess I do have to pick them up. That is a weird way of doing this, but very well, I suppose. I'm gonna need more of these.
Insufficient materials.
I know. Did I actually ever start making any glass, or did I I forget about that. Of course I did.
Insufficient materials.
I'm being extra scatterbrained today. Don't know why.
Trick or treat. Can I smell your feet?
No, Lum Lum, you may not smell the feet. Whee! I like how it goes up and then down again. That's very cute. Mr. Spencer, the topic of superheroes, 100% agree that they should never kill. But what about maiming? E.g., Man of Steel. If instead of killing Zod, Superman managed to gouge his eyes out, would that have the superhero thing to do? I mean, yeah, it would have been better, certainly. Dogsuit, no art. Trump saved the Saudi prince. It would have been better, paralyzing him or something. That would have been better, yes. There was even a, I think it was in... Was it Justice League? I think it was in Justice League. Crises on 2-Earth or something. Where the
I have lost.
Crime Syndicate Batman... Which is like the... No, not the Batman. Crime Syndicate Superman, yeah, from the Justice Lords, was fighting Doomsday on our world. And he basically decided to just lobotomize his ass. And I'm kind of fine with that. I'm kind of okay with that. Because if you've got somebody like Doomsday, who is obviously an enormous, persistent, constant threat... that cannot be stopped, cannot be reasoned with, at any point whatsoever. He's just going to continue to be a massive, enormous menace at all times. Lobotomizing the bastard is not actually the worst idea at all, in my opinion. Like, okay. Is that humane? Probably not. Is it due process? No. Is it functional? Is it effective? Is it better than killing him? Yes, on all accounts. So, if the superheroes have got to take out a threat permanently, I would prefer something like that. It still gives you a bit of that moral conundrum side of things, but it doesn't quite cross the line of outright, murder. Which, I always found it mildly weird as well that the Justice Lords would apparently have compunctions against murder. Like, what? Why? What do you mean it's opponents? Pretty sure I have all I need. I do! Stupid video game. Stupid. Stupid. Dumb video game. Shame on video game soul. Right, I need to remove that. Although I think they sort of kind of justified it later by that they were gonna basically turn him into like a servant or something, which makes sort of kind of sense, but at the same time, they also had no problem whatsoever with killing their universe's variant of the Joker, which was of course a hero in that universe, so I guess they just hated the Joker a lot more, maybe. Like Doomsday, yeah, we can spare Doomsday. He's not that dangerous, probably, but the Joker, my god, no. You've seen what that crazy clown has done over the years, and to be fair, yes, have you seen what that crazy clown has done over the years? You know, it's one of those things, right, where I don't actually hate the multiverse idea that DC is doing, and Marvel too now, basically. I don't hate it. There are absolutely, like, good things you can do with multiverse stuff, because multiverse stuff obviously allows you to play with things, ideas and theories that wouldn't work in the mainline world, and it allows you to do it without consequences, which is the, you know, biggest deal of all. Because if you do this in the mainline universe, well, you only have so many actually good heroes.
Ready to wreck this yellow mare's fluttery buttery butt?
That's the problem that DC and all superhero universes have run into again and again and again and again. Despite constant attempts to create more of an evolutionary universe, where the goal is to have new superheroes and generations of superheroes, the reality is that you're only ever going to succeed with a tiny percentage of characters. I remember we did the math on this on an Archcast at one point, and we came up with basically that something like 0.8% or something of all superhero characters ever created actually grew to be like mainstream, mainline, generally recognizable characters. So if you need to produce like 1,000 characters for one of them to be a hit, then it is really not possible to have a continuously evolving scene where you eventually have like Robin replacing Batman, for example, to be the new mainline character, and then eventually Robin is replaced by another character somewhere down the line, and so on. With the sheer unlikelihood of actually being able to create a Batman,
Can I smell your feet?
well, if you kill him off, you've kind of just gotta resurrect his ass again. And you can only pull that stunt so many times before people are like, why do you even bother? We know you're just gonna grab his ass and pull it right out of the grave again. So why even do these events where you kill off the heroes? It seems pointless. And honestly, I consider it to be pointless. You know, it was neat the first time. It was cool the first time they killed Batman because...
A significant statistical correlation exists between the density of these signals and our power consumption. On this planet, Dark Fog is monitoring our energy fluctuations to determine how much threat we pose to them. When this threat peaks, they may launch an attack. The upper left corner of the screen shows the cumulative threat to each hive.
Right, so Factorio Smog, basically, but you can't game it. That's mildly upsetting. And so, yes, whilst it was very neat the first time Batman died, after he had died about 6 times, it was no longer neat. It was just boring and sad at that point.
Research.
And I think
is
most
too
people
slow.
agree.
Build more matrix labs. Multiple matrix labs can contribute to the same research. Build more matrix labs and set them to research mode and ensure sufficient supply of matrices.
I think they are set to research mode, aren't they? Wait, can these research on their own? Alarm off, on. Oh, I'm retarded. Oh. Oh. Right. Right. John Smith, no Arch, their research labs make the research, but they also consume it. One produces, one consumes, and the research labs can stack on top. Really? They stack them? Oh, okay. Well, now that I've committed myself to making 10 of these things, I guess I just need to go and collect more resources now. Somehow I didn't anticipate that the resource labs could be stacked. That seems like a silly thing for me to even really, frankly, consider, if I'm to be honest with you. I don't believe I should reasonably have expected them to stack. Right, loads of that, loads of that. More of those. What am I lacking? Metal plates.
Replication complete.
I can get metal plates. Ha. So, if I put one on top of that, and put that to... No.
Replication complete.
Right, so they feed into a stack. Hold on. Can you? No. No, you can't stack those. Those actually kind of look stackable. Why can't I stack those? So if I stack them, they all have to be doing the same thing. I believe. Do they... I'm assuming they output the same space too. Right. Well, I've done it in a retarded way then. No. No. Okay, so you can only build 3... Okay. Right, well, I've still done it in an incredibly retarded way, but that's probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, why am I doubling down on an error? No. Don't double down on failure, Arch. It's silly to double down on failure. It is stupid to double down on failure. Just rectify the failure instead. Far more effective in the long run. Right. Something tells me I am not going to have anywhere even remotely close to the throughput to feed all of these. There. Then I feed into 3 of them. Like so. Wait. I don't need that one. This element of verticality is quite neat.
Research complete.
Right, and you too make that, and you research, and you research. Yes, this element of verticality is really neat. I like this. Wait. What do you mean you don't have power? You definitely have power. There. Everything is happy. Everything has power. I do also quite enjoy the little energon cubes that we're producing here. That is rather cute. I like energon cubes. I like having an entire base filled with energon cubes. It'll make me feel like I'm playing Transformers, and I like that idea. Oh. Did I just derp my fucking power production? Yes. Yes, I did. Right, more of that. I'm starting to see now why chat was talking about building an entire planet-sized of these things, because, yeah, you clearly need quite a few of them. A Sexton 1, dog suit, John Smith, no art, the research labs make research labs, consume it. Basically, art, you need to put a sorter from producing research lab to consuming research lab. Stack them. And Dudansky, art, for good shield, stack the labs. I did it good. And Nolly for 1,000 kicks. Organic Pickers reminds me, I asked Rook about you once, Art, for your controversies. Gave the example of you calling Noblar's house N-words. I know, and I will defend that joke to my dying fucking day. It was a great fucking joke, okay? Okay, listen. Noblars, in case you're unaware, are little goblinoid creatures in Warhammer Fantasy. And their entire purpose, in their existence within ogre society, is to be dexterous little servants. And also moneylenders. Taking care of their ogre's possessions and maintaining them, etc. And they have giant noses. And so everyone makes the joke that they're little Jews. I've seen the left-wing people make jokes that they're little Jews. They're like, oh, this is a Jewish stereotype that GW has made with the Noblars. It's terrible. And so I figured, okay, I could make the joke that they're Jews. However, dexterous house servants. Trusted house servants that gets to sleep inside and gets extra protection from their masters against other house servants. And the favored Noblars are considered bullying targets by the rest of the Noblars because they're privileged servants. Well, that sounds a lot more like something else. And so, I built up the expectation that I would just call them Jews, and I switched around and called them house N-words instead. It was a good joke. It had punch, it was original, it was unexpected, it was a great joke. And I will defend that until my dying day. But YouTube was upset about it. And I was upset that YouTube was upset. Combustible units. That sounds like fuel. I would like fuel, please. Also, I should probably be making sorter thingies too. Right, what do the sorters need? The sorters need... Oh god. Yes, yeah, I figured. You need just metal and circuits. Okay. I just realized that I just placed this in right in the way of my... I have made such a mess of this. I'm starting to see... Okay, so what I should have done, basic resources, one belt, and then I just, like, fucking pocket research splitters. Yes, I should have literally just pocket researched splitters. Because once I had splitters, I could then make an actual, like, proper main magazine from which I could then split off everything else. Whereas now I've created this unholy mess where I'm going to have no way to actually expand my production whatsoever. I believe I have made a mess of this. Real later. Arch, look at the upgrade tree. It's important. Is it? Is the upgrade tree important? Very well. But first, I'm going to get coal. Mecha panel, statistic panel, plug inventory.
Research complete.
Research completed. Upgrades. Upgrades? No. Panel? No. 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 Inventory? No. Research? No. Ah, upgrades. I am looking. Okay. View ore distribution on planet. Improves the mecha core, increases the roll dealers for attack range, damage. That's nice. Yeah, I'd like that. Base movement speed. I like that too. Electric motors, but I don't have any electric motors, so fuck me, I guess. A stronger bus control more construction drones. I like that.
Research complete.
Mass construction, energy circuitry, drone engines. 18,000 hashes. Oh boy. Okay, there are many things I need to research. Many, 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 many things which I need to research. So I am looking at this and I am upset by it. Although to be fair, it's probably yes. I needed a main magazine. I needed a main magazine here. So where are the bad guys? Okay, there are the bad guys.
Upgrade complete.
Durability 55. Can I kill those? Can I kill those? But I like to kill those. Will I be brutally murdered if I try to kill those? Will they send armies after me and fucking annihilate me? Probably.
Upgrade.
I shouldn't fuck with those yet. Sounds risque. I need main bus. maybe this is just research base. Maybe I now go and make main bus base somewhere else. Maybe I'll like this idea. I do have iron right there. And I have stone right there. But I don't have copper energy anywhere, do I?
Congratulations. You've unlocked Energy Shield. It can resist all damage from enemies and protect all facilities within its radius. Energy Shield requires Mecha's core energy to charge. The charging speed depends on the current fuel chamber power generation, as well as the Mecha's current energy percentage. Once the shield's power is exhausted, it takes some time to restart.
Ah, classic shield cooldowns, as always. Coal and iron. Alright, well, there's assloads of iron everywhere. I thought it was going to show me metal. Maybe I was just imagining that. Thermal power, that sounds useful. Just research like everything for now, yes. Ooh, weapon systems. Research everything. I do have a sorter now. Which way to the bad guy's base? That way. Right, that's ridiculously far away, so I don't need to really worry about that. I feel like there's not enough space anywhere to start, like, really building a main magazine, which upsets me. I'm probably just being massively overly paranoid as to how much space I will require, but I remember from Factorio just how much room you need. And it is a lot. It is a lot of room. Actually, can I build on water? I can. Can I build other things on water? No.
Upgrade complete.
Alright, so water is impassable. And I presume I'll eventually be able to build something that will allow me to build on water too. Ah.
You've unlocked Universe Exploration. Now you can click the Detailed Display button at the bottom right corner of the screen to enable real-time vein distribution.
Bottom right corner of the screen. Aha! Oh, that is nice. Oh, that is very nice. Oh, that is very, very nice. That is very, 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 very nice, actually, yes. That is very, 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 very nice. Right, what is actually my next objective, anyways? Ghost turret, weapon systems. Okay, thermal power plant, splitters. That's a good question. What is my next goal? Weapons?
Research complete.
Probably electric engines if I'm... Yeah, electrical engine seems like the next sensible thing to focus on researching. Never mind that, 'cause it requires research stuff I don't actually have. Right, electrical motors. At least I should have all the belts I ever need now. Upgrade mecha and unlock mecha flight.
Research complete.
Mecha flight. Wherever production lines can be batched, wherever get the facility. Okay, templates. Templates are good. Looks meta flight. Engines. Right, engine. Engine?
You've
Right,
unlocked
okay.
the weapon system. Icarus can now use ammo. Press C to open the mecha panel. Load the magazine and activate it. Use ammo to protect both yourself and the base when Dark Fog strikes.
Do I have a gun? Well. Anyways, I have ammo now. That's good enough for me. And I should be able to build electrical engines. Electrical engines require what? Metal slabs, gears, and magnets. Right, well, I should be producing plenty of magnets. And plenty of gears. And metal slabs might be a pinch more strained, but not by much. Do I want to start creating a second factory for this? I kind of feel like I do. I kind of feel like I do. But I feel like maybe I'm being paranoid. Oh god, indecision. What's that? Storage tank. Fluids. Oh god, fluids. We're gonna make things out of fluids now too? Oh my god. Oh, help me. $67,000. 15 iron ore veins. And if I do want to build another base, where would I build it? Where would I build it? No space over there. There are resources, but no space. There's resources over here, but also kind of no space. God, why is there so much water on this piece of shit planet? Can I build foundations yet? Chat's been mentioning foundation. Foundation? Foundation. Foundation? Biometric logistics. Titanium smelting. Photon frequencies. Melting. Aha! Foundation. But that requires steel. Well, fuck me. How do I make steel? I'm assuming metal plates plus copper, maybe? Steel? No steel. Steel? Steel! Oh, no, it's just 3 metal slabs. Oh, okay. That's not really how steel works, but I'll take it. Fuck it, why not? I'll take it. Five. I have enemies in space. I might as well just at least start building steel. Then I can worry about foundation. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do that. Let's start building steel so I can start building foundations. What do I need? Smelter.
Insufficient materials.
Ah! Right, 1 mine can feed like 4 smelters. It looks like, at least.
Replication complete.
See, so you're eating those. You're eating those. Right, now we're gonna dump those on logistical belts right outside. There. I feel like the space concerns will probably honestly disappear majoritively once I begin figuring out how to actually plan out and lay out a base. Rather than just haphazardly slapping shit down wherever I find it convenient for the moment. It's almost like factory building games have some sort of element of logistics to them. I know. It is a wild realization, and yet, one I have made. Go, little drones, build faster. In the name of my eternal precursor civilization. How does chat feel about precursor civilizations, by the way? I find that tends to be a bit of a hot topic in science fiction.
Research complete.
Whether people like precursor civilizations or hate precursor civilizations. Right, let's turn this into a little bit of a main magazine. So I'm going to run it quite some distance away. I'm probably going to want more than 2 lines, aren't I? Oh. Oh, that's weird looking. Outfit, parts and boat. Huh. So you feed out to 2 lanes. Weird. Okay. Hold on. In that case. Let's go for a bit more of a standard Factorio setup. Let's fall into the trap yet again of assuming that this game is just Factorio, but on an even bigger scale somehow.
A splitter. It can split the cargo passing through or manage the cargo on multiple conveyor belts. The splitting speed depends on the conveyor belt's speed. Press Tab to switch between different patterns. Click on it to set priorities and filters.
A splitter. I like how excited he got about that. Right. 4 belts of that, and we'll put 4 belts of copper next to it. Right, did I build any more miners? I didn't. Help me. Because, right, to return to the topic of the precursor civilization things, a lot of people consider the precursor civilization to be, well, kind of lazy, I guess. And in a way, I absolutely see why. Because if you have the precursor civilization, then you have an excuse to do lots of things with it. Wasn't I mining?
Replication complete.
Was I mining stone? I was mining stone. You know, an excuse to make bullshit up or create
Dark Fog
various
Cluster is launching an assault.
technologies that would be otherwise impossible or unlikely in the scenario. It's also the question as to whether or not there even would be precursors and precursor factions in general.
Obtain some silicone by smelting stone ores. In order to collect a large amount of silicone, find a planet with silicone veins as soon as possible.
I will consider that silicon vein thing eventually. Ah, there they are. But I kind of like precursor civilizations. Oh, God, there's more of them than last time. Eek. Well, on the bright side, they're still not that dangerous. Good. What was I doing? I was building smelters, probably. I think it really depends on whether or not you have a good plan for your precursor civilization, some reason for them to exist, because they need to be a bit woven into the narrative. And one of the problems with a faction like, say, for example, the Eldar, is that they've kind of, in a way, they've written themselves out of the story of 40k. Because they've been announced to be a dying race that gave birth to a chaos god. I mean, they're kind of fucked. Not to mention the whole thing that they are existing only on a handful of craft worlds, with their very slow birth rate, and of course the fact that they can't really be psychically active, because if they do, then Slanesh will smell where they are and come and eat them all. They are a doomed civilization, and yet their entire defining feature, being a doomed civilization, because of the fact that they are a civilization within the war game, also means that they're actually never going to die. And so they're in a weird spot where they're dying, but everyone also knows
Complete.
that they can't actually die. And so in a strange way, they're both dead and permanent at the exact same time. Which is a weird little limbo-esque position that they've ended up in.
Now you can click the Statistics panel button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view statistics, including the production and consumption of each item and power data. This data can help you manage your home base.
Huh? Oh, I'm out of fucking... Oh, I used the fancy splitters. Yeah, don't use the fancy splitters. I am probably going to have to upgrade all of this anyways at some point later, but don't use the fancy splitters. Fancy splitters are for fancy things, and this is not fancy. This is just a few smelters doing smelting things. Fairly uninteresting in the grand scheme of things. You've unlocked paperwork. Yes, chat. Come. Nolly sent 500 warp tokens by the Arch. Whatever happened to the Space King video on Kick? Renaissance Fund. Don't know. Should be there. I wasn't aware of it being gone away. But these days, who even fucking knows anymore? I hope Kick does like a proper video service at some point in the future. Because whilst the whole VOD system is nice and stuff, I would like it to have like a proper video sharing system too at some point. Anything to compete with YouTube is a good thing, in my humble opinion. And Kick so far has proven itself to be one of very few actual sort of kind of competitors. At least Kick is trying, whereas Rumble is... Well, I'm sure Rumble is trying its best. It's just not succeeding. At least in my opinion. Although, for those of you who do actually have contacts at Rumble, it's pretty good. Because Rumble doesn't really have an algorithm, it seems like. Rumble is just one of those things that exists. And if you know somebody there, you can get on the front page and stuff, and you can get much bang for your bucks. If you don't, shit out of luck, I do suppose. Has it kind of been copyrighted off Kick, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it kind of been copyrighted off Kick. Let's make sure to try and do this properly too. Oh. Road. Right. Inner belt. Outer belt. Excellent. Magazine. Now all I have to do is power all of it. And then figure out what the hell I'm going to use all of this for. Right. I probably should have thought about how to place the power thingies. Wait, are you not in range? I hope you're in range. You're not in range. Well, that's upsetting. Hetsu! God damn it! Yes! Alright, can I... Aha! Factorio control keys work. And I've placed all of those the wrong way. Nope. God, yep. Right. Functional? No, not functional, because you lack power. God, I'm glad they don't have the little dangly wires like in Factorio. That would make this all even more upsetting. There. Beautiful, beautiful construction. Why do my solar generators look like they're on fire? Is that normal? Apparently. Oh, good. Alright, now to find some actual use for all of this random material. Wait. Why are you not connected? I was working on electrical motors, which I'm presuming... No, engines don't need electrical motors. Engines need... spinny things. Magnetic coils, that's the word for that. And plates. Okay. Well, first and foremost, let's make steel. Steel will be made over here. I kind of hate how you can't quite split things off like I'm used to. Yeah, I kind of hate how you can't split things off like I'm used to, no. Because I like to just put one right there. Right, never mind. Like so, and then one conveyor belt continues, the other conveyor belt splits off to create steel. Let's begin with 4, shall we? See how much that can support. Can I? No, I can't. Wait, can't I? This is probably way too much, isn't it? Oh yeah, this is way too fucking much.
Insufficient materials.
God. Only one way to find out if it is too much.
Replication complete.
What do you mean you don't have power? Oh, right. Let's see. Actually, maybe not. That's actually feeding relatively okay. Right, let's try one more. Ugh. The never-ending pain of lacking individual resources. What even is half this garbage I'm carrying? There, it should tide me over for a while. Make more of those. Make more of those. Make way more of those. Tum, 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 tum. Tum, 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 tum. Lovely. Now, I need the steel for foundations. Foundation. Which will also need stone. Did I happen to build this somewhere where I can get access to stone? Or did I forget about that part? Nope, 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 there it is.
Replication complete.
Anything more I can research? Upgrades. Nope. Nope. Oh. You can actually do that via that menu. Nice. Very nice. Right. I wish you could... Oh, you can! Oh, well, that's useful. Nice. That is surprisingly useful, yes. Right, I don't need to do anything with the stone, do I? Or do I need to smelt the stone? I smelt the stone, don't I? Do I? I do indeed need to smelt the stone. Oh, of course I need to smelt the stone.
Shit.
Oh, of course I need to smelt the stone. Joel Smith, love your watch, but Art, it's better to place your conveyors vertically rather than splitting them, because the conveyor speed slows them down. I am sure you're correct. However, I am an old man. And old men cannot learn new tricks. Not yet, at least.
You've unlocked auto reconstruction marking. Icarus can now automatically analyze destroyed buildings nearby and mark them as under reconstruction. By default, as long as there are sufficient corresponding items, construction drones will automatically head to reconstruct. You can also disable this feature in the mecha panel. Then, you can only reconstruct manually.
In the mecha manual. Do you think this is what Robert does on his free time? when he's not being pursued by armies of nubile young superheroes? You think he just ventures into space to colonize planets in much the same way he apparently colonizes superheroes? I like to believe that. Because if you look closely, this mecha design does have a lot in common with his, doesn't it? It kind of does. It kind of does. I wonder if we're gonna get any post-dispatch depression going on. That was one of the fascinating little cultural phenomena of Avatar. That people actually grew depressed after watching Avatar. Not because it was a depressing movie, but because they were depressed that they weren't giant blue cat aliens. Which, out of all of the things humanity has discovered to be to be depressed by, that probably still remains one of the weirdest. There was actually a boost in psychologists' visits after the release of the second Avatar movie because of this. They even gave it a term. Post-Avatar... what was it? Post-Avatar Depression Syndrome or something? PADS? Something ridiculous like that. And this rather idiotic little thing has the dubious honor of being like the one and only actually observable social consequence of Avatar.
Upgrade complete.
Now you can click the star map button at the bottom left corner of the screen to view the planetary system, or even the whole cluster.
Our map. Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I don't think that's a reasonable concern for me to have at the moment. I don't think I need to worry about space. I think I have more than enough things to worry about right here. Why? No, I have energy over here. No, I do not. Right, what was I doing? I was going to build foundations. That's what I was doing. Which requires stone, for obvious reasons. Foundation. 3 blocks and some steel. Okay. Is that the only thing that's going to require stone? No, glass is going to require stone too. I guess I should try to... Right, how would I stack these?
Insufficient materials.
Fuck. I don't do. I have the sufficient materials, you fucking lying piece of shit video game. God help me.
Replication complete.
Alright, so assuming... Level 1. Stab that. Stupid little drones. Need to unlock super magnetic field generate. That's no. I'm trying to stack them. Video game, video game. Aha! Okay. Pinch fiddly. Make the slope less steep then. There you go. Okay. This feels like it's going to be... This feels like it's going to be annoying. I'm not sure about this, chat. I feel like this is gonna upset me. Yes, it takes less space, but I feel like I'm gonna be very upset. John Smith, use Alt key when placing a conveyor. Look how high it can place. They're like skyloads. Huh? Oh. Okay. They can be placed very high, but why would I want that? Why would I desire this? And something else that is very funny about the Avatar thing too, and I'll have a video about this coming out before the next movie, because I think it's fascinating, but one of the interesting thing is, okay, let's assume that you want to be a giant blue cat person, right? For whatever reason in your life, you've decided life sucks, I want to be a giant cat. Okay. It's not even the craziest thing I've heard today. Never mind ever. But if that is truly your desire, if you want to be a giant cat, then surely the video game of that setting would have sold like absolute hotcakes, right? Because if people really wanted to be giant cats, then the video game allows you to be a giant cat. That's actually the purpose of a video game, to put you in the shoes of the giant kitty cat. And yet, the video game sold like shit. The Frontiers of Pandora thing. Are you doing this correctly? Yes. Why? Why is that? How can that be? How can that be? How can people be so sad that they're not giant blue cat people that they actually get... Fuck me! That they actually get depressed by that fact, yet simultaneously people don't actually want to play a game where they get to be giant blue cat people. Something isn't computing here. And I think it is, and I'll be expanding upon that theory at length in the video on it, but I think it is because most people subconsciously, not consciously, but explicitly subconsciously, understand that the humans are actually the good guys in Avatar. That's what I think the thing is.
Replication complete.
And they don't, like, they don't understand that on, again, like a conscious level. They don't think about it. They don't think about it when they exit the theater, and they don't think about it when they're going back home in the car ride or whatever. But given sufficient time, I think their little human brains begins to realize that the avatars were the unreasonable sort in all of it. The avatars were the villains, and the humans actually were the good guys. And that is why they don't want to play as the giant blue cat person. Because, as always, your ego protects you against doing things that you would think would be bad for you or evil. Or at the very least, it will find ways to rationalize those things. Please be in range. Thank you. Right, now I think I want to probably just put one of these into just producing foundations. Because I feel like I'm going to need a lot of foundations. I feel like I'm going to need a lot of foundations. And that would then explain why they don't want to live on Pandora. People want to visit Pandora. Quite a few people want to visit Pandora. But nobody actually wants to live on Pandora. An important distinction. Right, where do I want my foundations? Is the foundations going to be used for anything? Let's be honest, foundations are probably going to be used for anything. I also need more belts. Belts. And so begins the dumping random shit into random containers, never to be seen ever again. Habit. It's not a good habit, it is a bad habit. But it is a habit nevertheless. We shall assume we're going to be using foundations for something, and we are going to send it this way. I'm gonna need more of those things too. I really should have automated those things already, but I didn't out of laziness, and now I am paying the price. Just came in, get Factorio vibes of this game. I think that is intentional. I'm pretty sure the developers were leaning heavily over the Factorio people's notebooks when they made this game. But they gave it space vibes, and they made it larger. Which is nice. And this system is way better than the manual little inserter thingies, I will say that much. Way better.
Replication complete.
You are producing foundations. And as always, power, power, god-awful power. There. And box. 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 There. You may now shift as many foundations as you can into box for deployment into the oceans of this world. Beautiful. Now I can actually get started on what I was supposed to get started on, which is engines, I believe. Engines. Which require metal ringity-ding-ding-dings and plates. Okay, well, plates I'm already producing loads of, so I don't need to worry about that. Metal ring-ding-dings I am not producing loads of, so I do need to worry about that. And I feel like that's going to be something I'm going to need more of. Oh, right. First, I need magnets. Is magnets something I'm going to need to mass produce? Mike Merchant, if the humans really were the bad guys, they would have created Navi smallpox instead of smallpox, I'm assuming, instead of sinking an unholy amount of cash trying to communicate with them. Correct. And weird but not weird, since 500 warp tokens, thank you. Did you see that Igor Derman re-uploaded your Space King stream a month ago? Make sure to give him a shout out during the Artcast. Igor Derman. Space King? Igor? I did not see that. Let's see. Igor? I don't know this name, should I? But no, exactly. The humans spent an enormous amount of resources attempting to communicate with the Na'vi. An enormous amount of resources, an absolutely ridiculous amount of resources. The entire Avatar program, in and of itself, was humanity doing its absolute level best damnedest to find some way to not need to exterminate the Na'vi. They were willing to give them absolutely, literally anything whatsoever. No limits. That is why they sent in Jake Sully, of course, and gave him a blank check, telling him, listen, Jake, we don't care what it costs. Utterly irrelevant to us. All we need to know is what the Na'vi want. Anything at all. Schools, buildings, hospitals, roads. No matter the expense, no matter the cost, we will provide it. Just figure out what it is the Na'vi want. And Jake, during the entire movie,
A foundation
never...
is a terrain leveling tool.
Oh.
It can only be used to level the terrain to 0 altitude. It can't be used to change the landforms of the planet. Using the foundation on highlands generates soil piles. And it consumes soil piles when you use foundation on ocean or low-lying areas. When laying the foundation, you can choose a decoration option or leave it plain and just level the terrain.
That was a fuckload more generous than Factorio. I was expecting the Factorio thing of having the foundation cover precisely 1 fucking pixel at a time. Okay, that is actually going to make it very easy to foundation basically the entire planet, which is nice. But yeah, no, Jake Sully never bothers to do it. Never. Never at any point does he even try to negotiate with the Na'vi. He completely ignores that objective.
Complete.
Completely and utterly. I really should build some guns.
Insufficient materials.
You're lying to me again, video game. I know you're lying to me. Because this is going to be a bit of a far-flung thing right here. I'm probably going to... Oh, God. That is a lot larger than I thought it would be.
You've built a Gauss turret.
I have.
This is a defense facility. It
Replication
consumes
complete.
ammo and energy to strike enemies within its range. You can either directly build Gauss turrets on conveyor belts that are built on the ground, or use conveyor belts to string Gauss turrets together.
Twawets? Twawets. Would you like to string the Gauss turrets together, chat? Gauss twawets. 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 God. I feel like Kyle would enjoy this game. It speaks like he does, like a mentally deficient child. Unironically, it actually sort of kind of does. There's the key I was looking for. Yes. I definitely think it would, he would like this game. It's on basically the exact same IQ wavelength as he is. Which is rare. It's quite rare indeed. Oh. I see. You can't get... You can! You lied to me, video game! You piece of... There. Lovely. Perfect. Fantastic. And when, okay, what's his name? Military man. You know the military man. When he's like, listen, Jake, you've gone native, brother. You got yourself some native tail, and now you're betraying your own people. You do understand that, right? And he doesn't actually have a response to that either. I like the part where Jake Sully just kind of looks at him and goes like, well, I mean, you've got me there. That is literally what has happened. But I'm going to cope and seethe about it and not accept that that is what has happened. For several movies, it appears. Another thing, too. The fact that they brought back the guy whose name now escapes me, also it is a very fascinating little thing. The, God, what was his name? I'm completely blanking on it now. The fact that they brought him back, because they killed him at the end of the first movie, of course, also speaks volumes as to the director's ability to understand who the best character was. Like, okay, you, Mr. Bad Person, I need you to come back. I will do something retarded, like give you an avatar body for some reason, just to bring you back. Because you are clearly a way better character than that silly Jake Sully. And I agree, he is clearly a way better character than silly Jake Sully. There. Now produce my magnets for me. Do I need to split the magnets? I mean, I feel like I should, but I also feel like I can't. I can't possibly have that large of a need for magnets, can I? No, I probably have that big of a need for magnets. Fuck it, let's split them now. Rather than later. Right, getting better at this weird altitude system. And now we simply produce a fuckload long series of magnets. There. Good enough for government work. Right, that gives me that, which I just need then magnetic coils, which I can grab one of these. In there. Up there. There, that gives me that. Was I? Yes, I was building that, and
Insufficient materials.
It's not. I have enough materials for it. I know, you lying cow. See? I told you. Lying fucking women. I wonder if this thing can go up or down.
Replication complete.
build that. There. That's a bit more foundation to make this slightly less watery. God, this game is so unbelievably fucking generous with foundations compared to Factorio. Good God. You have no idea. It would take dozens of hours to produce enough fucking things to even make just that many in Factorio. Trying to fill the sea in Factorio is truly a fool's errand. I have tried. I have reclaimed land before. It is a nightmare. A never-ending nightmare, too. Literally, that just won't stop. It just won't fucking end. As after you've produced like 8,000 pieces of foundation, you're looking at yourself pretty smugly and thinking, wow, that's probably all I'm going to need. No. No, it is not. It is not even the beginning of all you are going to need. It is but the humblest drop in the bucket of your eternal torment. What do you mean collide? There. The ability belt's up and downy thingy is mildly finicky, which upsets me. No, go that way. Now you may go up. There. Right, are you building what you're supposed to be building? No. Now you're building what you're supposed to be building. Power. Power. I'm going to need more power thing, more power stickies. Build more power sticks. Right, now just go over there, finish building the things. I am very grateful that you start out with drones, though, because building with drones in Factorio is a brand new experience. Tommy, hi Art, is there fun going for Dawn of War 2? I loved your Dawn of War playthrough and would love to see more. There is not, and bear in mind, Dawn of War 2 is a very different game to Dawn of War 1. Very, very, very different game to Dawn of War 1. It doesn't even have unit buildings, it has hero units instead that you use. I think I did a full playthrough of that game years ago, with Kibbs. Was that on the lore channel? That might have been on the lore channel. Many years ago. Many moons. Before the Kibian Fortress arc. Now what have I fucked up? Oh. I never built connectors. There. Belts will flow. Slightly worried about the output there, but for government work. Yet again, I find myself in need of more of these little feedy thingies, and yet again, I find myself regretting the fact that I didn't automate their construction years ago.
Replication complete.
I massively overbuilt blue research. Unless you're going to need staggering amounts of it later, which you might. Oh, god damn, metal. The sensible thing to do would be to recognize one's failings and seek to fix them by going back and automating the process of building those things. However, that would be admitting that I had done something wrong. And I don't want to do that. Just like I don't want to admit the fact that I'm fucking lost. Where am I? Where in my monstrous spaghetti complex am I? Ah, I know where I am now. There is a Dawn of War 3 fun, that's true. But playthroughs of games is generally about $1,000 for a full playthrough. Or we can also just do a stream for 250. Like, we could do, like, a multiplayer stream of Dawn of War 2, for example. We could even organize it with chat, so chat can join in and play some Dawn of War 2. Or we could even try to organize something like the Last Stand mode, for example. Which was really, really fun. Like, the Last Stand mode is really enjoyable, and I quite enjoy the fact that they added it in. Which way is this belt going? Which way is this belt going? That's a great question. I'm assuming this way. Listen, I've built stuff in the way of my other stuff, so I'm just gonna have to build over the other stuff. That's how that works. Last time was really, really cool. I've heard that they're apparently going to introduce some variant of it in the upcoming Dawn of War 4, which I do like. I do like the idea of it. I'm not sure if... It's one of those things where, like, okay, that's cool, but... Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to make the base game first, like Relic did back in the day? Because that is a whole different game mode you're going to have to make. And balance as well, simultaneously whilst making the rest of the game. It sounds like a bit of a, you know, project management nightmare to me, but hey, if they pull it off, they pull it off. If they don't pull it off, I'll laugh at them. And then I'll be a little bit sad, because I did kind of want Dawn of War 4 to not be shit, but... If I have learned anything from my years of online entertainment, it is that the universe doesn't care what I want to be shit and not to be shit. The universe is mostly just interested in making me and everybody else eat shit. That seems to be its primary focus in life. I've already come this far in making spaghetti. I might as well go further. Wait. Don't do that. There. That breaks off the metal blocks. Make it a little bit further off the side there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Engine production. And outgoing belts. I really should make this into a template at some point, so as to not rebuild basically the same setup again and again. But then I wouldn't get the privilege of hearing that kind of satisfying ka-clonk sound. Engines. And conveyor belts. Yeah, there's actually still just barely enough throughput there, but I feel like that's not going to be enough throughput in the long run. And that's the metals. Alright, I'm going to need to probably just put these in a bank vault for the immediate future, since I'm going to need them for research. And I cannot be asked to carry them all the way over to the other side of the map, because that sounds frankly fucking infuriating. Engine production. Isn't it beautiful? Joe Smith, your thoughts on the game? Would you get yourself neuralinked and would you submit to the goon pods? I feel like that's not the same question. I like it. I think personally I prefer Factorio, because Factorio is more like easily laid out. The 3D space is kind of messing with my head. But that is also probably just a part of getting used to it more so than anything else. And I do like the potential scale of it, but I do think I prefer Factorio. I like Factorio because the nice 2D layout is excellent. You know exactly where everything is at all times, and it's more easy to navigate. Plus, it has a very nice art style, whereas this one is a bit more... I don't want to say uninspired, but I kinda want to say uninspired. It's a bit more basic, I guess, is what I'd go for. Now, where's that mecha flight thing? There, 150 coal and 50 engines. Speaking of coal, am I running out of power? I am. Right, let's go get some coal then. Does this game have the charm? That's kind of what I mean. Like, I feel like Factorio has more charm. But I also think this is probably going to be a very personal preference. as there's going, like, and there are things this game does way fucking better. Like, it is way kinder than Factorio. Factorio is a way more asshole-ish game with how it likes to be played and how it requires you to play it. This is way more comfortable, there's no doubt about it. Like, the simple fact, for example, that many buildings can be produced in bulk instead of one at a time is a huge quality of life improvement. Absolutely massive quality of life improvement. Instead of Factorio, where if you order one belt, you get one belt. And so you're going to be building a lot of individual belts. A lot of individual belts. Oh god. Factorio is better, but I feel it's more chill and polished. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I would largely agree with that. I don't necessarily know about the polished parts, but it's definitely way more chill. There's no doubt about that. Way, way, way more. Oh, does that? Like, that too is real nice. So, once I activate this, instead of slowly sucking one item at a time out of my inventory, it just takes the item and then starts researching. That's really nice. This is definitely way more chill and way more relaxed. Like, if you have somebody, or if you yourself, want to get into autism building simulators like this, but you don't want to jump straight into fucking Factorio, or even worse, modded Factorio, God help you, then this is a way better and easier entrance point, no doubt about it. I kind of feel like I want to balance these. I'm going to need more throughput of metal here. I do have an iron vein over there I could potentially smooth in. Yes. Yes, in fact I could. Yes, in fact I could. Nothing can stop me from doing that. Wait. Iron or metal? God help me. I desire a sprint button. Metal. Okay. And I don't have any ox melters on me. Can I build some, please? Thank God. Satisfactory. Yes, I've been wanting to play Satisfactory. I've been wanting to play Satisfactory for ages. Never gotten around to it. That too seems like a really cool game. Building, building, building. Hooray. Is it done now? I think it's done now. I believe it's done. I think I saw it being announced as finished the other day, which means this would be the perfect time to finally try and get some time to play it, which would be nice. Right, then let's walk down some smelteries here.
Application complete.
Six smelteries. Build, little minions, build! Fast. With great expediency. No, 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 don't put that there. It's the entire thing unbalanced. We hate that. Right, and then we need to bring that all the way over there. Over there. There was a TV show called Over There. It was about the Iraq War, a conflict that has received very few TV shows, which is a bit of a shame. Because it's actually a really interesting conflict that nobody really talks about. Largely, I guess, because it, went really well for the Americans. But in kind of a way where it also went poorly. So I'm kind of hoping this will function the way I think it functions. See, the Iraq War was one that was mismanaged on so many fucking levels. Oh my god. On so many levels. But simultaneously, it was also well managed on just enough levels to make it an absolute walkover.
Flight mode.
Whoa.
You're now able to fly. Press space twice to lift off, and then press the direction keys to move the mecha. In flight mode, mecha speed is boosted by 150%, and energy consumption is increased. Press Alt to land the mecha.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're probably gonna suck me dry of energy real fucking quick, though. And yes, you are. Where a lot of America's more retarded mistakes were, well, simply not a problem because the Iraqis were utterly incapable of capitalizing on any of those mistakes. If those mistakes had been made in the face of a competent enemy, then things would have ended very poorly. But many American military successes have happened largely because the Americans were able to recognize the simple fact that they weren't fighting the World War II Wehrmacht. They were instead fighting random brown people or random yellow people. The landings of Incheon, for example, was absolute fucking lunacy. Absolute ridiculous. A complete crazy maneuver that should have ended in utter categorical catastrophe for the invading Allied forces. However, turns out the Koreans were really shit at warfare. And so, what should have been an utter unmitigated failure and the end of MacArthur's career in absolute ignominy turned out to be his greatest success. The world is a weird place on occasion. And Colonel Schwarzkopf as well, the commander of the Allied forces in the Iraq campaign, made countless errors that should have seen his force decimated time and time again. But, once more, they weren't fighting World War II Germans. They were fighting random brown people who barely understood how to fight, much less so effectively. For example, one of the early things that the Americans wanted to focus on was defeating Saddam's Republican Guard. This was due to the fact that the Republican Guard was expected to be a significantly better trained and significantly higher morale enemy than the rest of the Iraqi army, which they largely expected to be full of volunteer conscripts and weekend warriors, basically. So, they wanted to target the Republican Guard. Obviously, they did so via airstrikes wherever possible, but it was difficult to do, specifically delineate between them and the rest of the Iraqi military. So, they gave out special engagement protocols to the US troops on the ground, which basically summarized really quickly became here are a series of the Republican Guard's identifying features, and one of them was large red diamonds on the sides of their vehicles. The red diamond meant Republican Guard, and specifically, it meant Republican Guard commissars, basically. People who were supposed to be running around behind the lines, shoring up the otherwise not entirely reliable Iraqi army. So, the US troops were obviously instructed to target these units first and with extreme prejudice. However, the American rules of engagement also stated that US troops were not to engage any enemy unless they themselves were first engaged by said enemy. And so, since the Republican Guard troops that they were intended targeting the most, the people basically running moral defense behind the line, acting as commissars, they weren't going to engage American troops in an open firefight because they weren't equipped for that. They were there to basically scare weekend warriors and random fucking recruits. They weren't equipped to take on an actual American fighting unit. And so when the two encountered one another, the Republican Guards would stare at the Americans. The Americans would stare back at the Republican Guard. And then they would leave. And this repeated countless times throughout the battleground until eventually the rules of engagements were changed to be like, okay, listen, if you can confirm guns, that'll count as hostile intent, so shoot. But by the time that correction to the rules of engagement had actually passed out, that phase of the war was simply just over. The entire Iraqi army had been completely shattered by air attacks, and what little remained had been hammered by vastly superior American armor. And so that era was, in essence, never fixed. There were several other errors like these as well. The air campaign, for example, was a funny part of this, where the air campaign was planned and carried out to a fantastic degree, and highly effective as well, except for, yet again, the inability to target actual enemy movements outside of predetermined areas. Basically, the Americans were way too careful, and this was something that the various insurrectionist groups would later take advantage of, as to begin with, the Iraqis assumed that if they behaved in a way that demonstrated that they had hostile intent, then the Americans would bomb the shit out of them. So if they started moving, like convoys of trucks or whatever, through the desert, then the Iraqis were, okay, well, the Americans are going to blow that to shit, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to try to move all of this during the night time. Which was a really fucking stupid idea, because large groups of vehicles moving in the middle of the night, that was awfully fucking suspicious. And the Americans could, of course, see massed troop movements in the middle of the night. In fact, they could see those more easily than they could the ones during the fucking day. And so the Iraqis actually played right into the Americans' hands. If the Iraqis had, however, done the exact opposite and simply moved their troops during the day, in all due likelihood, the Americans would not have gotten permission to strike at them unless they were along routes that had already been determined to be primary arteries for the movement of enemy troops. A lot of it basically boils down to retarded term rules of engagement. A lot of retarded rules of engagement. It did work out very well on the Highway of Death, however, because that had already been greenlit on basically every single level that, yep, nope, this is a major artery. If you see anything moving along it, blow it to fucking smithereens. That worked very well. I probably had a fair few civilian casualties here and there as well, but listen. If the civilians didn't want to be casualties, they shouldn't have been occupying a highway during a fucking war. Simple enough. There. I need to start building boxes all over the place to shove all of the useless things I've been building far too much of. Let's see. Box. Right. Probably don't need you. 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 I do probably need you. Probably don't need you. There. Probably don't need you. Probably don't need you. I have inventory space again. And you need to change to internal combustion engine arcs. The power scales with each new power system. The power scales with new... What? I don't know what that means. Elvis. I don't know what any of this means. But, oh, no, I can't look like that. I don't know what that means. Internal combustion engine. Ah. Unless there's a research for that.
Replication complete.
I don't have red. Don't have red. Energy circuits? Energetic graphite. I don't know how the guys either. Okay, I know what that is. Ray transmission in a vertical construction. Pile sorter, distribution range. Things. Oh. Combat drones. Yeah, things. Things. Primark, insane victories are our specialty. Look at Trenton. That's true. Now, one of the funny things, too, is that the Americans were really scared about going into Iraq because they were afraid of another Vietnam. Vietnam was one of those things that really affected the American psyche in many ways. And one of them was the fear of a long-term guerrilla campaign, which is why nobody wanted to stay in Iraq that time around. Everybody wanted to get in, get out, and get it done with ASAP as quickly as possible. And for once, the Americans actually did what they were supposed to do. They got in, did what they needed to do, and got back out again. Which turned out to be a stupid thing in the long run, because that hubris then led them to try to stick around the next time. And of course, Afghanistan. Where the Americans, having learned that, yeah, getting in and getting out was really effective and super preferable to a long-term guerrilla war a la Vietnam, they then decided, with the usual American intelligence, to go, yeah, but let's not do that this time. This time, let's do the opposite, just in case something different happens. And something different did happen. They got defeated by the fucking Taliban, of all fucking people. Right, gears. That was what I was working on whilst I was waffling around. Gears. Are these? Yeah, these are magnets. Okay. Somehow I've forgotten what the buttons do. There we go. Right, you are going to produce gears, which, if memory serves, requires just metal, yes. The silly Americans just need to realize that they're not fighting an equivalent foe anymore. That's also something that is often not talked about, but another one of the reasons why America didn't quite have as much confidence after the Second World War as many think, and why it wanted to try and avoid combat and tried limited engagements. This also, by the way, is one of the reasons why, like many go, why didn't they just go all in Vietnam, right? Why didn't the US just go like, fuck it, we're just gonna crush North Vietnam, we're gonna do this full military campaign style? Or similarly in Korea, why didn't America go all in? Well, one of those is, of course, the counterweight of the Soviet Union, worried the Soviet Union would go all in as well, and potentially also escalate into some form of a nuclear conflict, which everyone assumed was extremely unlikely, but wasn't unheard of. There's also the fear of it becoming a proxy conflict, with both parties pouring units into it, and eventually that proxy conflict would turn into a real, straight-up conflict, but in a slightly different area code. But one of the other reasons why the Americans didn't actually want to get involved in that is that the Second World War did not do wonders for America's confidence when it came to their ability to actually wage a war. Because even during the operations in France and in Normandy, fuck you, even with massive military advantages, even with huge advantages in armor, in aircraft, in artillery, in naval assets, in everything, even with superior weapons like the M1 Garand, the Americans never managed to get over a 0.62 KD against the Wehrmacht at its weakest. In other words, 1.62 American soldiers were dying for every German soldier killed, even with all of those advantages. You can understand then why the Americans were not overly interested in getting into an enormous other war, because they had seen the weaknesses of their own system. And the weaknesses of the American system were largely training-based. See, American elite units, like the Airborne, 101st Airborne, for example, were excellent formations, easily the equivalent of what the Germans had to offer. And the Germans recognized that as well. However, the average GI was a very different matter. The average GI received nowhere near enough training, to the point of ridicule by many German-captured generals after the war. I think one famous quote was that the training period of a GI was 6 months, and a German general had expressed, with some doubt, 6 months. A German soldier has not even learned how to salute properly in 6 months. Which speaks to some degree of difference there, shall we say. Hold shift so it won't snap? I'll try to forget that till next time. Right, that's gears. Right, now I need more of these. Now, in reality, of course, the fact was that the Germans were an exception rather than the rule. Very, very, very much so. And compared to the average Soviet soldier, for example, the American GI would probably have done very, very, very well indeed. And would probably have been significantly better than the average Soviet soldier. As the Soviet soldiers also did not demonstrate any particular expertise, especially not during Afghanistan, which ended up becoming the Soviet Union's Vietnam. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But such is life. You always overestimate your enemy. And, hey, on the bright side, overestimating one's enemy is what led to absolute ridiculous American aerial dominance for the next, 60, 70 years. Hell, still ongoing complete and utter aerial dominance. because they looked at the bullshit the Soviets put out, where the Soviets didn't even have a flying prototype, but they went, oh, our newest aircraft is incredible. It's incredible. We can fly so and so fast and turn so and so fast and carries like nuclear weapons and everything. My God, it's amazing. And the Americans took that seriously and actually constructed an airplane that could not only do everything the Soviets had dreamt up in their minds, but could do better than it. Which is, yet again, why I would tell the Chinese that they probably should be careful when they start announcing things like, our new jet fighter can fly in space! Because the Americans will construct a jet fighter that can fly in space. So, you know, careful what you wish for. It's electrical
Replication
motors.
complete.
Four of those. Starting to need some input now. Okay, ingots. Gears. And magnetic coils. For ease of use, we should probably try to slot all of them into the same holes. Right, let's begin with metal. Metal. Gears. Oh, Amalgamite raided. Hello, Mal. Rumble needs to play like a noise. Rumble? Kick. Kick needs to play like a noise when something happens. Something loud and distracting. Yes. Ooh. I just noticed. The production things have cute little icons on them. Make them look like gears. Because I presume they figure that the giant robot won't be able to tell what is inside of a box unless it has a little cartoony image on it. Which, to be fair, the giant robot wouldn't be able to tell without that little cartoony image on it. Play. Gears and magnets. Oh. Okay, the magnets could be a little sticky. Although I could probably break off this line. No, let's not. I might need more of those later. I feel like engines are probably going to be useful in the long term. Can I sneak that one in there? Yes, I can. There, that's all of the input. Now these were also going to be used for some research, I believe, so plonk down a vault there until I can figure out if I'm actually going to use these for anything.
fog cluster is launching an assault.
But why? From over here? Yes. Apparently, my enemy has figured out how to fly. I don't like that because I've barely figured out how to fly. Ooh. Well, that runs straight into my giant turret of doom and destruction. That is a huge fucking turret. Come on, then. That is not what I was expecting a Gauss turret to look like when shooting, but...
Building destroyed.
What?
Flight mode.
Why'd you do this to me? Oh, you've learned how to attack on multiple fronts. That's
Building
upsetting.
destroyed.
God, it is difficult to see where things are.
Building destroyed.
This is shit. Right, turns out I actually might have to build defenses now. It's terribly upsetting. I was hoping to be able to just not do any of that, ever. On the bright side, automatic reconstruction is really neat. Am I running out of energy? And no, I'm not. And somebody mentioned I needed to upgrade my engine. I really do, because I'm not generating anywhere near enough energy. Upgrade facilities? No. God alone knows how, but somehow, surely. I was building you. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now then, that gives me more upgrades, I think. Mechanical frame. Inventory capacity. That would be sort of kind of neat, I admit. One. I do like the upgrade system. You can do a little bit of upgrades on your engineer in Factorio as well, but this seems like a way more robust upgrade system again. With way more stuff. As in Factorio, you basically just put on a bigger suit of armor, and that's it. Then you fill some slots with some shields and some energy production and the occasional laser gun, and you're good. I feel the urge to point out that we still haven't actually begun constructing any Dyson spheres. Which I suppose is probably more of a endgame sort of thing. God, the amount of resources you're probably going to require. The hundreds of thousands of metal plates. Oh. The sheer uncomfortable scope. Thermal power plant. Oh, can I just put that anywhere? Such coals, fuel, energy about to heat. Oh. Oh, thermal power plant, as in using heat to boil water. I see. Not as in thermal vents to boil water. I see. I understand.
A thermal power plant.
Wow.
This kind of power facility consumes chemical fuel. Ensure adequate fuel supply at all times so the plant can consistently generate power.
A thermal power plant. Wow, coal power. How incredibly barbaric. I know. Well, you say barbaric, but let's be honest. It's our primary use of fucking powering anything today, even. Oh, God. The amount of green energy that is actually coal power is frankly disturbing. Genuinely. So many European nations build out their green industries, their green projects, and then run out of energy, and so need to purchase it from other countries. Worse still is the energy loop. So, here's one of the retarded things, right? Renewable energy produces usually not enough for anything, frankly, but it can produce at least enough for maintaining partial needs, right? And they're only functional during certain periods, like when it's very windy for wind power, or when it's sunny outside for solar power, right? And obviously, you can store a significant portion of that energy in batteries if you don't use it immediately. However, batteries are not, they don't work that way. They don't work that way. The size of the batteries you would require to store the energy output required to power a modern day city, holy fuck. And so instead, energy goes onto the energy market, where it flows into other people's infrastructure. So during the day, say, for example, Berlin is producing loads of renewable energy as a green nation. Then it might have too much because it also has other flows of energy. And so because it has too much, it sells its energy at a very cheap price to other countries. This allows other nations, like say for example Sweden, to purchase very cheap energy from Germany during the day. And then, during the night time and the preparations for the next morning, Sweden, who produces coal power, produces energy to sell back to Germany at a massively hiked up rate. Furthermore, since all the nations supply their own needs first, the energy that is left over is usually the surplus energy. That was the original idea anyways, where you would then have the energy for everybody else being more expensive. But with the introduction of things like overseas cables connecting Scandinavia to Europe, now our energy is no longer our energy. So once upon a time, Norway produced more than enough power for Norway. Way more power than we needed, and so energy prices were really low. Now, however, Norway isn't producing energy just for Norway. Norway is producing energy for all of fucking Europe, and suddenly we have nowhere near enough, just like Europe has nowhere near enough. And so the price of energy skyrockets. I hate the European Union. And so we still have coal power today, massive amounts of it. And so Germany is still building coal power plants today, massive amounts of it. Because for some abjectly retarded reason, we refuse to utilize the magic fucking rocks that boil water. God. That is probably the reason why the aliens haven't come by to say hello yet. There's probably like an alien book for first contact where they look at and go like, if a civilization is so and so advanced, then we can speak to them. And one of the elements of being so and so advanced is obviously going to be to discover the magic rocks that boil water and produce infinite clean energy and begin utilizing the magical rocks that boil water and produce infinite energy. And since we, as a civilization, still stubbornly refuse to use the magic rocks that boil water, we are clearly not worthy of being included in the Alien Federation yet. It's a little upsetting, frankly. Extract and refine crude oil. And charging the mecha. Oh. Charging, that sounds useful. Although I probably should go for... I probably need to start thinking about producing ammunition on a more reliable, consistent basis. That'd probably be wise. Yeah, making ammo seems smart. I think I'm going to want more producers for that. 6.
Research complete.
10. $10 sounds like a sensible number.
You've obtained the recipe for a proliferator. It can greatly increase production efficiency. Fit a spray coater on a conveyor belt. Feed proliferator from the upper port. The coater will spray cargo on the conveyor belt below. Cargo coated with proliferator has proliferator points. When such cargo is used as raw materials, it yields extra output or accelerates production.
What? Magical goop make metal more metal? I wish I had known about the magical goop that makes metal more metal earlier. I would have prepared for utilizing the magical goop that makes metal more metal. That's even more amazing than the magical rocks that boil water, frankly. I'm going to break off a whole line for this, because I'm expecting to utilize quite a bit of ammunition.
Research complete.
I finally learned that I don't have to do it all manually. I can just copy it. Unless I run out of the actual things I need to copy, of course, in which case I can't just copy it.
Replication complete.
And I do miss out on the satisfying sound by doing it like that, which is a bit upsetting. There. Ammo! Going to want to store some of that, and eventually going to need to construct the painfully massive system of turrets that will need to surround my entire base so as to protect them from the evil space aliens with their weapons of violence and war. You didn't copy the things, you little stupid machine. Ah. Strawberry-flavored Energon cubes. That's fantastic. I've always liked strawberry-flavored Energon cubes. Why are you not putting things in the box?
Trick or treat.
Power.
Can
That's
I
why you're not
smell
putting things in the
your
box.
feet?
Oh. That takes a long-ass time. Right, well, it'll just sit there and do that then for the rest of eternity, and I'll visit it whenever I need bullets. Well, Smith, you may want to look at the blueprint. It allows you to save entire bluied sectors. That is probably not a bad idea in the long run. I also look like I'm going to need to increase my production of slabs of copper. Definitely gonna need more copper slabs. Ooh. Solar panels. Wow. The least useful of all forms of renewable energy. Solar! Seriously, it's garbage. Solar power is fucking garbage. We need... Okay, solar power for personal use is perfectly functional, okay? If you want to put solar panels on your roof, go right ahead. That's great. That is actually a fine investment 9 times out of 10. Not a problem with that all whatsoever. But trying to utilize solar panels to run a civilization... It's kind of like trying to dam up the Niagara Falls with cotton. It's theoretically possible. You can do it, but it's going to be a fucking nightmare. And nobody's going to want to. Nobody is going to fucking want to. Not to mention the sheer area required. Oh my lord. Man, we're talking about paving over the planet. Fuck. That would be nothing compared to the amount of solar power panel solar panel powers think about wrong. English! Solar power panels we'd need to produce even a mildly significant amount of energy. Ugh. I require more power.
Insufficient materials.
Yo. Oh. For once you aren't lying. I actually don't have sufficient materials. Normally, you just lie to me about that. Oh god. Where do I make stone? Good fucking question. Actually, hold on. I can just make stone blocks. There. energy.
Replication complete.
At its most filthy and environmentally unfriendly.
Insufficient materials.
Fuck you. Again, seriously, let's just start using the fucking magic rocks. Fuck Greenpeace, fuck all of the protesters, fuck all of the people complaining that the Russians blew up one of their plants ages ago. Or the ones that go like, oh, but the Japanese. I know, the Japanese built theirs on a fucking fault line in the tsunami zone. They're not a good example. They're
Replication
stupid.
complete.
We aren't as dumb as the Japanese or the Russians. Let's just use the magical fucking rocks. They're plentiful. There's tons of them. And with but the most basic of security procedures, which we have long since developed, mind you, there's very little chance that anything is going to go boom. Huh. I've actually built a little base now. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That looks kind of cute. It's almost functional. Almost. Almost. Right, chat. I will wrap it there for now. I might do another one of these, because it's kind of fun. We'll see. But I do need to do Chivalry this week as well. So Chivalry will be this Sunday, now that we are done with Battle Trauma and Zomboid is still not stable. And there'll probably be... I'm probably gonna do the Vampire campaign now, but that's at least another, like, 2 months away, because that's going to require a lot of things, a lot of planning, a lot of writing, a lot of things, indeed. Until then, chat, thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you all again soon. Till then, have a good day, chat.